Hey, hi, my name is Eric. I'm making a game. That game is called the Godkiller Chapter 1. It's going to be available. It's going to be released on January 1st in 6 days. 6 days, 6 small days. I could even release it now, but if I do a little more polish on it, it's going to look better when that day gets here. And I have said for most of the year I'm going to release it on January 1st. And I really like to stick to the date that I give. And one obstacle to that was that Steam, the Valve platform for games, Steam will not let me release on a weekend, and I suspect they probably won't let me release on a holiday. Because the reason for not allowing releasing on a weekend is that they don't have their normal amount of staff on hand to deal with whatever types of issues are brought up by my game being released on a weekend. That doesn't mean like my game on its own is going to generate any amount of activity for them that's worth considering. It's just more like if they had the policy that any game could release on a weekend, and they had 1,000 games releasing on a weekend because they are scaled up so friggin' huge that maybe it might be 1,000 days releasing on one weekend, they would not be able to answer the support requests that come in for those games. That's my understanding of it. It seems like a pretty reasonable stance on their part. But anyways, even though I said with a great deal of resolution that I would release on January 1st, Steam will not let me do it. Steam says January 3rd. That's your day. The Monday following New Year's. Now, I'm not allowing myself to be constrained by that, though. So I have a side channel, a different way to release the game. So if you want to have the game on... Hey, Mateo! Good to see you, buddy. So if you want to have the game on January 1st instead of January 3rd, then Fright Law, nice to see you, fella. Then sign up to the mailing list. And I'll show you how to get there. There's a URL at the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, cspacelabs.com. You go there. And there's a contact page here. Sign up for the mailing list. And not only will I tell you how to get the game on January 1st, but I will give you a loan, so to speak, to buy the game. Meaning I will give you the full game for free if you follow the instructions I send on the mailing list, with the idea that you will pay for the game within January. It's going to cost $20 USD, and it'll convert to other currencies in some unsurprising way. So I will be willing to, if you follow the instructions that I send you through the newsletter, just give you a free copy of the game. Not really free. It's like you don't have to pay for it until sometime in January. That's it. So anyways, it's a weird offer. I don't think it's that interesting of an offer to most people, but it does allow me to say that I released the game on January 1st. And that is somehow extremely important to me. So what am I working on today? I'm going to add a controls help screen to the settings screen. I've made some graphics here for it. So I'm going to add something like this on the screen inside of the game. Now I did go through a bunch of discussion about this screen over on the Thinky Puzzle Games Discord. So I started out with this, And then people said, this type of joystick, it's too old. A lot of people won't recognize it. You should do like an Xbox style controller, because that's what most people have. They've got something that is either an official Xbox controller like this one, or a clone of it. Actually, about 70% of the game players or Steam game players, I'm not sure where the data comes from, have got that Xbox style controller. I mean, a literal Xbox One controller. Then there's also the clones and knockoffs that usually look a little bit the same. And there's some other controllers that look quite a bit different. So then I redid it to look like this. And somebody said, I don't really get like the stick figures. It doesn't really make sense. Why don't you use an in-game character instead? Somebody's pointing out, see, not all the game controllers look like Xbox controllers. Here's a Nintendo one. So then I redid this again, and I made like a little character graphic there. Somebody said, why are you even using like this person here? Why don't you just use the text walk? Because then you would know that you press shift or the button plus walk. It's much easier to understand than if you have this figure here down here. Okay, so I agreed, and so I did this. And then I realized, well, I don't even need this game character here. I want this to be simple. So I just simplified it to this. And that's how I ended up with that graphic. So I'm going to put that in the game. I might make just a few more tweaks to this. Not much, though. And people are like complaining about the yellow. That's fine. Sometimes with design, you have to try to address some feedback, but not all of it. Because if you tried to address every piece of feedback that was given to you, eventually somebody's going to say something that isn't that important of an idea, or it conflicts with something else that is more valuable. In that case, you want to have a good filter and not just be a servant of the focus group or wherever you're getting feedback from. Yeah, there was some argument about the color. And then somebody said that they were upset about this controller because it was too Xboxy. And also that it implied right-handedness of players. And that is an example of feedback that I just decided not to worry about. I very rarely do this thing where I ask everybody what they think about something, but it seemed like this particular graphic might be smart to do that with, since it's really about communicating information to people. And different people see things like this and interpret them differently. So, all right. So things I saw I wanted to change a little bit. Let's go ahead and I'll save this as a different version. Then I'll go back to the other one I was looking at. Okay, so now I have a version saved with M in it. I'll take away M, this character here, in this version. Get rid of the equal signs. And recenter this. I think that's centered. Now let's just crop it. The only thing that was bugging me is this arrow is a different size than the other one. Oops. There we go. All right. That seems pretty good. Now I gotta go over here. Let's pick a different scene. Yeah, some other stuff I was working on that I got in the game a few days back. Oh, I totally forgot to update the date and stuff up at the top of the screen. I'll do that real quick. So it's the 26th. I now have 594 days of continuous progress on the game. All right, that's fixed. All right, let's delete this stuff that's not really being used anymore. But I will show, I'll give you a little demo because I think it's kind of cool. Okay, so if I take I need the Pro Builder open. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with that. There's no maybe it's because I've got that window open. Let me try this again. So I was missing the crosshairs for moving this around. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. Yeah, I just reopened Unity and all the things are set a little bit different. Okay, so the thing I wanted to show, just real briefly, if I take this object, this window object, and I make a different shape out of it. Okay. Then I come over to the casings. I click this apply button. What it does is it generates a mesh around the interior of the window. This aluminum-like thing here, metal thing, puts it on both sides. And that's so that the windows can look a little less simple. They look a little more interesting when you look at them. They've got this casing thing on them. But it's generated automatically based on the size of the window. I spent about a day to get that to work. Okay, oops. Let's just delete some of this junk before I start working. If it'll let me. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm gonna go get some coffee. I'm just gonna fill up my cup of coffee here because it's empty, which is terrible. And I'll be right back. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'll put in status again. Okay. Back to work. Hey, Matteo, did you hear back from... I'm not sure if you're still on right now. Matteo, you still there? All right, let me go to main. Booter. It's in Booter. Okay. So I already got these dialogues for different things. Let's look at settings. If I turn that on, here's what settings looks like. So what I'm thinking is I'll just copy the settings screen that I already made and just put that graphic right in the middle. It'll look like the settings screen, but it'll have the graphic right in the middle. The only hard part about this is I'm not sure how the sizing works. Maybe it won't be hard at all. I mean, I think what happened with the sizing for me so far is that it stretched all the elements vertically so that they cover the same ratio vertically, and then it also just stretched them the proportional amount that went along with the vertical fitting. And that's pretty good. For UI, that's just fine. It's sort of the opposite of how web pages tend to work. Web pages tend to be, well, they could be a lot of things, but they don't worry about fitting vertically. They tend to assume that they're going to keep going down, down, down. They'll be scrolling. Whereas a game UI screen, you probably don't want scrolling. In some cases you might, but the default would be, no, I don't want these things to scroll around. I want them to be fitted vertically. So I think that's default behavior for this canvas thing inside of Unity. And that's just fine with me. That seems to work fine. So if I put an image on here, it's probably going to scale vertically. And if it doesn't, automatically, then I can fix it to do that. Okay, let's duplicate this. Unpack it. Rename it. Oh, stop. I'm not, it's, I guess it doesn't matter. All right. So this is controls. I think I'm looking at controls. Is that it? Yeah, okay, it is. Let's get rid of the things that I won't use, which is basically everything except for the back button. Yeah, and this panel thing too. Yes. Music slider. Yes. Go away. Go away. Go away. Now let's see. UI. Image. Cool. So we'll need to make a sprite. That's what you're going to use is a sprite. Okay. It's a little confusing to me. It's because it also has something for material. It seems like you need one or the other. So I'm not quite sure. But let's just start trying some stuff. Take a look at this guy. Okay, you see, this one's texture type, sprite, 2D and UI. Sprite mode, single. I think I'm going to try to just copy these settings over. Yeah, but the place where you put them is super fucking strange. Documents? You're just gonna save it in documents? Nah, forget that. Okay, let's just kind of manually do it. It won't be that hard. It's bright. Single, 100. It's the same. It's all the same. Yeah, go ahead and apply it. Come back to here. Okay, then I want to size this appropriately. That looks about right. Okay. I need to add something in the meta menu to go to this screen. Okay. Turn off the controls. Okay, I'll put it under settings. enough room? Doesn't feel like enough room, at least. Yeah. Let me just try it first. Well, of course you're going to do that. So I think I'm going to have to make these changes actually in the prefab. So just to keep it simple, let's do undos. Okay, let's make the change in the prefab. Pardon me. Okay. Let's do controls down. 10, no, other way. 20. And then settings come up. 15. Oh, more than that. 5. Controls down 25. Okay. Is that centered? Okay, the other thing there was is when this thing is selected, it will call a function. Made a menu on settings click. So I need to go to that code. Can I double click to get there? No, that's not going to work. Let's just launch Writer and that will get me to it. Writer is the ID that I use. Okay, so meta menu. But here, there's something already for when you click on settings, and I'll copy it. Say on controls click, and I'll create a new method over here. It's nice when you already have a good pattern, you can just follow it. You don't have to think that hard about it because you know that it already works fine for other things. Let's see. Wait a minute, I'm in the wrong spot. Okay, modal manager. Okay, so here we say show controls, and I just keep following the pattern, and what I'll find is that if I just say, okay, it's not settings screen, it's control screen, now that's not defined. So I gotta say, okay, how is that defined? I don't remember, but it doesn't work that way. So wherever settings screen is defined, I'll define it in exactly the same way. Okay, settings screen, and you say control screen. And then immediately that turns red because you don't have a control screen class. And that means in a moment I'll have to create that class, but I also want to, while I'm here, do this kind of thing. And I'm just copying the pattern. Every time I'm just copying the pattern, not having to think that hard about it. This is also reminding me that after I create the control screen class, I also need to add it as a component of this game object. So I'll just take settings screen, I'll copy everything in it, I'll create a new class, controls screen, and so I've got settings screen as a reference. Mine probably doesn't need to be anywhere near this complicated for control screen. Okay, I'm just kind of looking through this. Do I need any of these constants? I don't. Do I need any of this stuff? I may be the first selected, but probably not. Hide and show, I think I'll need. Maybe I need is active. Okay, so I see these I'll probably need. Exit I'll probably need. On back click I think I'll need. Update and awake. Okay, I'll just copy these over. I'll delete out the stuff that I know I don't need. Not needed. What was it? Maybe I need that, I'm not sure. Don't need that, because this screen has nothing to do with audio. Nothing nothing needed there. Okay. Yeah. These are all handlers for when changes are made to the settings screen. I don't need any of those. I will need Midi input. Yeah, okay. So there's a few things up there. First selected. I'll keep that. Okay. So I add those up here. Okay, so that seems like a class that is equivalent to what worked before. Now, this isn't called, I want to check where it's called over on this side. Is active. Okay, so this is the thing that returns if any of the screens are up, then we say a modal is active. Okay, so I add my little hook there. Okay, back to the control screen. Now I do have a feeling like maybe I'm forgetting a few things. It won't be bad if I do. I'll just debug them as they come up. But I'll make sure I've got the. Hey, Martin. Good to see you, man. Not sure if you celebrate Christmas, but if you do, hope it was good for you. So controls. We need a handler that goes to not on settings click, but on controls click. Okay, so that probably sorts out this screen, probably. I did automatic navigation for these, so it should just find the right button to go up or down to based on the positioning of the screen, or based on the position of elements on the screen. Okay. Oh, mine was real good. But yeah, if you got kids, you know, it multiplies the joy of the Christmas, I suppose. You get to watch how excited they are and get maybe a little bit excited with them. But yeah, I went down to Oregon yesterday, which is about 200 miles away from Seattle, where I live, and took my wife and my son-in-law down there and met up with my family. We had Christmas there, and very kind of typical sort of a Christmas arrangement, I suppose, but yeah, I used to be pretty into basketball, but I never watched much in the way of basketball games. I played basketball for a little bit in high school, but yeah, I guess you are. Do you get up in the middle of the night to watch basketball games? Because that's the experience for soccer fans in the U.S. Every once in a while, there'll be some friend of mine that's really into soccer, or football, and they'll be getting up at 4 a.m. to watch some game live that's important. Let's see what we got. I want to go to, let's save this, go back to the scene. Yeah. I suppose there's that danger too, that if it's a big game and then you don't watch it live, that somehow you may hear about it before you get to watch it, and then it's like you already know the outcome of the game when you start watching it, so that would suck. Let's see, go into the control menu. I want to add controls screen, to remove the settings screen. And then on the back button, on back click. Okay. Hide the main menu. Controls menu looks like this. I don't know, this might work. I got a feeling like I'm missing something, but I don't know what it is. So I'll have to hit play and just see what works or doesn't work. Suppose I can add this into the prefab. Okay. And let's hit play. Okay, everything's still fine there. Make sure settings still works. Huh. God, I'm getting a lot of good luck on this. Well, there's a thing like, is back selected? It is, but it wasn't drawing as selected. So I go here. I guess it's kind of the same thing. It doesn't show it initially selected. I'm probably not going to worry about that, to be honest. Okay, so controls, and I can just hit enter. It doesn't draw initially selected. That's only the little glitch I see. Now let me try the Xbox controller. I think there's something like, because it has nowhere to move to, it doesn't draw as selected when I move around. But I can use the keys to get out. Okay, that's basically done. I think I'll see if there's a quick maybe Stack Overflow answer for making sure that it selects correctly. Unity UI, first selected control not highlighted. All right, let's see if Google's any better. I use DuckDuckGo most of the time. See, they are doing better on this one. I'm always rooting for DuckDuckGo to do just as good as Google. In some cases it does do things better, but I have to be honest. Sometimes Google works better. It seems to be smarter. That's not quite the same problem I'm looking at. There's this other first selected property I could take a look at. That's kludgy. Okay, this looks promising. So if I go to controls and I look at first selected, back, it's already on there. Okay, it's not highlighting. That's probably a bug in Unity. Let me try this other thing. So this is the control screen. Do I have an event system? Yeah, I've got an event system. Okay. So it'll just be get component event system. I guess I could. Let me try that first. Okay. It's pretty kludgy, but maybe it works. If it works, I'll be righteously indignant. If it works. Unity, you piece of flaming garbage. It's so embarrassing for them, not for me. I did it right. Unity, you're a sack of shit. Okay. So let me make this something that's reusable. Do I have a modal util? Okay. I'm going to call it public static void really select. Because if I just say select, Unity doesn't think I'm serious enough about selecting it. They need me to be very sure that I want to select something. Okay, so then game object event system objects, and then the other one is game object screen. Actually, I can be consistent here. I can have this be screen game object, matching the above, and this can be select object. And we'll say it's fucking stupid. Okay, so we can call select on that object. Select object, select. Wait a minute. This is a selectable object. Okay. This should be enough to get the control to highlight, but unfortunately it is not. Okay, then go over here and we say show modal util really select game object first selected, and I'll go fix the same problem on the settings screen. Hey. Let's test it. Settings. Back is now highlighted. Controls. Back is highlighted. That's how I like it. just sign in real quick without it being a big deal. I just want to +1 this guy. Cool. It won't be hard. Now I go back to where I was. What if I want to reward the user? I'm going to look at the top one up here. Is this a good question? It's an okay question. It's not worthy of +1ing or anything in my mind, because the person who wrote the question wrote it in a kind of a too much information way. So it's not bad, but it's not good either. Okay. Done. On the clock it says 58 minutes. This did not take me half a day. It took me much less. Oh, that's not quite true. I also had to make the graphics. The graphics took like maybe 2 hours or something like that. All right, dev days left. 6. Okay. Now, since I'm already in this mode, let's do this at the same time. Level title from the pause menu. Which is actually the Midi menu. I think I just put it right up here. There's still plenty of space. The font more enjoyable. Do auto size. Increase the width on it. Okay, that's pretty good. Let's test out some of the larger names. Placement, chamber. It doesn't seem quite centered to me. Emitter. Okay. So level name. Save that. I think the way to do this is to write some code inside of the settings screen that populates that whenever you show it. Text mesh pro. Is it going to be pro or is it going to be UGUI? I think it's UGUI. I can figure that out though by just checking. Yeah, UI. Okay, TM, level text, let's just call it that. Trying to find the function I already wrote that gets the name of the current level. Well, it's not in here. It's in scene loader. Okay, got it. I've got this in the wrong class though. Okay, let's get this out of here. This doesn't go in here, it goes in the meta menu. Level name equals scene loader s get current level name. And let's say if level name equals, although am I returning null or am I returning empty string? Let's check. Empty string. Okay. Okay. So then I say level text, text No, not text. Text equals level text. That will probably do it. I do need to have that get set though. Or is that what I called it? Let's check. Level name is what I called it. Find level name and then get component like that. Okay. So then when I do show, although, why do I have public show and then private show? Who else calling? Unconfirm restore close, unconfirm exit close. Okay, I don't need this here. It can instead be here. Okay, let's try that. No. Yeah, okay. So far so good. Let's restore to some other level. Quiet bark. Yeah.
What are you up to? What am I buddy doing?
Cheers, bumping the fitting.
Bumping the fitty?
Us times, bumping the do-bam fitting.
Cool. Cool.
Okay, I'll go to a different one. Let's see. Let's go to one with a longer name. And this will do it. Works well. Okay, that's another one done. That was done in 12 minutes. 12 minutes I got that feature completed. Not bad. Say done. Alright, I'm going to celebrate a new feature by going to the bathroom. Be back in maybe 5 minutes. back to work. Back to work. So what do I want to do with the rest of this day? I can keep going on these bugs. They're all pretty easy. What if I just like slam through these? Then at the end of the day, I'd have probably a clear list. Like there'd be nothing. I'd stop looking at this list, pretty much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Suppose each one of those takes just a little under an hour. I'm done at the end of the day. Yeah, what the heck? Let's just do that. Let's just work through them. I could finish them all off today, and after that, I'm all lightness. I'm just, let's add or fix whatever I see. Do a bunch of testing to check for things, but it would just be like clean plate after that, which appeals to me quite a bit. Then yeah, I would do a bunch of testing. I might add just a few cosmetic niceties to the game. I might reopen some of the old bugs I said I wasn't going to fix, because I got time to fix them now. Like there's stuff like M's face pops up over the top of the settings screen if she's talking when you pause. Stuff like that. I think that's the plan. I'll fix the rest of these. That'll be it. I won't even bother going in any particular order. I'll just start from the top. Well, maybe I will pick it in order, but the order doesn't matter that much. Whatever's convenient. Okay, so very end of We Got the Knives song is missing a subtitle. Let's take a look at that. Okay, so I did this.
Think hard, little child, before you go someplace wild.
Okay, so that. Oh, there's a lot of beautiful snow outside. So I sit right next to a window on the third story of my townhouse that I live in. And I wish I had a camera that was pointing outside. It really is beautiful. But I've got like, sort of a typical Northwest United States agriculture outside, which is a bunch of evergreen trees, and I'm in a residential neighborhood, so the mix of trees has got quite a few deciduous that have been planted and grown up large. So we got, I don't know, I don't really know my trees. I just said a few words I remember from high school. But I don't know if they're maple or elm or whatever the fuck, but they're pretty trees, and there's snow coming down. I see snow on my neighbor's window. It's that sort of light powdery snow. Like I can see it coming down in the air, and it's taking its time to reach the ground. And I don't have any place I need to drive, so I don't care. I don't care about the inconvenience of it. Pretty well stocked in the refrigerator. Heat works just fine in my house. If electricity went out, it would be inconvenient, but I got books. I'm off work the next week. So, snug in my little snow fortress over here. And it does, under those conditions, make me happy to see the snow coming down. So, it's cool. I like it. All right, documents. Oh yeah, and ever so often, like the snow is piled up enough on top of the roof that some of it just falls down in a clump, which is kind of fun to see too. Okay, so then assets, project. No, backup. Streaming assets, timelines. All of these files are the timings of different events that correspond to songs. So we got the knives. CSV should have all the subtitles in it. Let's open it up with text edit. Okay, well there are subtitles already here in this file. So we're going to go into some spoilers here in a moment. I have to go to spoilers to test out this feature. It is a song that plays as part of a pretty large plot event. So I'm going to add up on the screen spoilers. Bugs, and spoilers. Okay. So, question for me is going to be, are these subtitles being loaded in? I think they are. And then after that, is my subtitle display module being called for them? And then after that, if so, then why aren't they being displayed? Maybe they are being displayed, but it's just some other text is overriding them. That is the most likely cause. Okay, let's go to first death. Spoilers coming up. Story spoilers.
Billy, you're alive!
So alive.
You just burst into bits and
It's fine.
Dad said you were dead.
I was.
So glad to see you.
Yeah.
Where are you going? We should talk.
Yeah. I didn't get the debugger running.
Billy, you're alive!
So alive.
You just burst into bits and
It's fine.
Okay. Let's see what it loads. 52. Let's see. Down at the bottom. Yeah, it looks like it's all there. Yeah, the times seem correct to me. 84 to 91. 91 to 93. Okay. So that part seems fine. Subtitle pane. So this might be the thing that would need to happen. And I'm not sure if I want to add that in. The ability to show two sets of subtitles in the case of overflows. Not sure. All right.
Oh, little nothing, you have strayed. Oh, little nothing, you are afraid that all your pieces fell apart, they fell below. A little nothing, where did they go? We see you here, your sad little face. Come to cry, come to beg for our grace. Can we put you back together? Yes, we can. Can we put you back together? Yes, we can. Can we put you back together? Yes, we can. Will we put you back together? That's the plan. We got the knife. Fix you, slice you, bite you, grind you, unwind you. We got the knife. Define you, hurt you, revert you, revise you, comprise you. We got the knife. Reveal you, defeat you, complete you, devour you, empower you. We got the knife.
Down here, I can see that it is playing.
Billy?
It's got the subtitle events
I'm
here.
sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's just kind of like because she has that long gasp subtitle, the other subtitles don't have any opportunity to show. So for me to fix this bug, I would need to add an ability to show overlapping subtitles, and that's it's not that I don't have time to do the work, it's that it's ambitious enough that I may introduce other bugs that are hard to test and fix before the end of the release. Like it may take me a lot of testing over time to discover where those bugs are. So I don't think I'm fixing this one. Not for this release. So I have narrowed this down at least. So let's say to fix this, you must have subtitle overflow feature. Okay, won't do. Okay, done. Alright, now I'll take a look at this one. I'm not sure if I understand the point the guy was making. Second spawner is intended to provide a quick route back to the exit. That's not quite true. I see his point though. I think I do see his point. Let me check it out. Yeah, so if you slide back to here, you will end up selecting this egg. I don't like the word spawn. His solution is not bad. In fact, it's probably about the right solution. It will be a, I don't know, fair amount of work for just a little inconvenience about the level design. That's okay, I'll do it. I'll do it. It's going to be modeling work. Oh, I have to add back in Pro Builder. Okay, let's see. Never added Pro Builder scripts back into an object before. Let's see. See how well it does. I'm kind of curious how well it does. It looks like it was pretty simple. Okay, so if I can just bring that out a little bit further. I'll also need to Pro Builderize some other things here. On guard for something to fuck up. Okay, so far so good. Okay, this also needs to be Pro Builderized. Okay, but this first, let's move that in. Is that okay so far? Yes, it is. Okay, so then we'll take this guy. Pro Builderize it. Do the same thing, pull it back. Then I want it to go inset a little bit. So for that, set my snap settings down to, I think 0.1 will do it. Okay. This is not bad. I was worried I would have to redo a whole bunch of geometry, but it's not looking that way. Nothing's fucked up yet. Then this guy up here. Okay, I think I didn't do bad with that. Yeah. Just set it back by one. While I'm here, I might as well get rid of some geometry that will never be seen. So if I just remove this from the level, then that will allow me to do things like load the level slightly faster and maybe improve the frame rate slightly, very slightly. There's just not much geometry here, so it's not worth fiddling with it too much. But I don't mind optimizing it a little bit if it's not a big deal. Okay. What was the one that I just hid though? I gotta be able to find it again. Where's it at? There it is. Turn you back on. Okay. Boom. Looking for problems that were created by my resizing. So far it looks pretty good. I don't think I messed anything up. So let's just pre-process and save it and run it.
Maybe I have to solve 10,000 puzzles to get there. Got all the time in the world. Just don't know how much sanity I've got left. I mean, my best friend is a talking bird. And he might just be in my head.
Okay, that bug's fixed. Do one more pre-process just to make sure I got it. Save that. Oh, let me test one other thing. Just make sure the settings screen changes I made are still working over here. Okay, it's giving me the scene name here instead of the level name because I brought it up in the developer. So that's in the editor. Okay, back. It's working great. Controls. Nice. Let's go to a different screen or a different level. Cool. I was making sure the space was showing up here. I'll go back to Spanish Rink to make sure that it loads in a nice way and shows the level name instead of the scene name. Yeah, it's cool. All good. Move on to the next one. This one is done. And this one, okay, let's just do it. Bite the bullet and do it. Now, a nice thing to do would be to just say on an individual level what I want the level of, the amount of intensity of the flashing light is going to be. So I'll go to one where I know it's just a little too much, and then I'll make a way to programmatically for that one level change it to be less. Okay, so story spoiler, and I'm gonna even mute the audio here. Don't read the subtitles. That's an example where I'd like to turn it down just a little bit. So those lights are just flashing so heavy. So let me take a look at that. So I've got shared materials, I've got red light and blue light. And I've got some code that handles that flashing. Shared materials, CS. Is it in here? Okay, all this does is just glowing light. Let's see what that does. Okay, that's pretty cool. I wrote this in a pretty general purpose way. And these levels are here. The glow level can be normal, half, full, or obscuring. So it was like I was already thinking about this. Who's calling change level? Start flare, glow level normal, 0.5 F. Beat light controller, that's the one. Okay. Beat light controller. So are you attached to a certain game object? You're not, because you have no mono behavior. Who is initializing you? Main object? Yes. Okay. Okay. Thinking, what's the cleanest way to get this set on a level by level basis? I can pretty easily turn the glowing down in one place, but there are some locations where I like it really bright. So what's the best way to do this? I could pass in a parameter here for like the peak glow level. The main object needs to pass a value in. You could just get that from some properties. Yeah, let's just do it that way. Let's do it separately for red and blue. Should I just add the peak glow level to glowing light? That might be better. Because it is specific to each one of these two. Nah, let's go back there and do it here. Okay. I keep changing my mind. Okay, glow level. Blue peak. Glow level. Glow level. Red peak. Glow level. Glow level. Blue glow level. Red glow level. Red peak. Blue peak. Okay. Oh, god dang it. No. Okay. So, can this be static? And then we'll say glow level, peak, glow level. And then on beat, this will be blue peak glow level, and this will be red peak glow level. That should do it. Okay, for this class anyway. It's not gonna go to main object. And set a couple new properties. Public. Default those. Okay, then beat controller. Wow, it's already going to be syntax highlighted. Okay, so blue peak glow level. Red peak glow level. Okay, if I go to main object, I think I want to go to it in the prefab first. Project, prefabs, meta, scene organization, main. Yeah, let's go into here. Then, oh, compilation error. We saved everything. Oh, these aren't public, that's what. Public. Public. Main. Okay, there we go. So defaults to full, and I can set it to other stuff. Cool. So let's say I take the red down to half to see what that looks like. Except I just did that for all of the reds everywhere, which was probably not what I wanted to do.
God tricked me into killing Billy. I let him trick me.
I do not see any pulsing at all. Or it's very subtle, I'll say that. But let's put this back to full. Save that. And let's see if I've regressed. I want to make sure the code is still working.
God tricked me into killing Billy. I let him trick me.
Code is not working there. Okay. Oh, I know why. No, I'm wrong. It's set here. Oh no, I didn't set it. I didn't set these two values. That's the problem. Okay, blue peak glow level equals blue peak glow level. This red peak glow level equals red peak glow level. Okay. Let's see if I got back to where I was.
Tricked me into killing Billy. I let him trick me.
Okay, that's where I was. So now, not for the prefab, but just for this level, we set red to half. And see if those lights are just a little less intense.
God tricked me into killing Billy. I let him trick me.
Yeah. I think that's about where I wanted them to. Okay. So then save that, and let's go to let's see, the Whelm. Set this to half. Spoiler here for the level solution.
I made it. Down with the basement. After all that psychodrama, you know what sounds good? Blocks. Blocks, blocks, blocks.
So it's intense still, but not so much you can't see what's going on in the level. So that one looks good. I'll save that. Then let's go to the gap. And this one, it's got something kind of beautiful in the texturing when it gets really bright that I don't want to lose. But hopefully just bringing it down to the half is going to still be good.
Need to stay focused on a goal or I'll go nuts. I think I'm in the basement. I want to get out of it. But why? No, pick a goal, stick to it. Basements are always beneath something, so I keep going up. They wouldn't call it a basement if nothing was above it. My logic is airtight. Oh, you waxy president, I'm so hungry for you.
That works. Just to make sure I haven't regressed, I'm going to go to the first level where it's quite important for the red to be blazingly red. So that's on full. Hit play.
Could there be spires and towers? You'll climb them for hours. How the stairs will wind, all the secrets you'll find. But there be dark little holes and yawning abysses. Would better be your praise, your fawning and kisses. Could there be creatures around? Your brothers and sisters, goodwill to be found. Everyone.
Looks good. Okay, save that. Okay, another one done. Okay. Some more. There's a lot of spoilers. I'm going to stop saying spoilers at this point. Yeah, there will be level solution spoilers. There will be story spoilers. I will avoid as much as I can any major plot events being described. And I should not have to go and do any present puzzles as part of my bug fixing. So I'm in moderate spoiler land with anybody watching. Okay. See if I can reproduce this.
Oh, come on! Sacred grass?
Sorry, there was no...
Technically, I have to kill you now.
I understand.
But just stay out of the center and I can leave you alone.
Very kind of you, but that's where I'm going. Sorry, gotta check this room.
So this one should be pretty easy. Getting gusts of snow. I mean, I think all these white gusts of snow I'm seeing are more like the snow that was blown off of roofs by the wind flying through the air. But yeah, it's looking a little bit like a storm. Again, I'm pretty happy. I got food in the fridge. I got heat working. If the electricity goes out, we just pick a floor, get some blankets on us and cuddle up, read some books, be very bored for a while, play with our iPads and phones until their batteries die. But not too many pressures. So it's a happy bit of snow weather for me. The worst thing I might have to contend with, I mean, if it really goes to town, is my roof deck. I looked it up once, and I think I decided that I'd have to have about 4 feet of snow before I start worrying about shoveling it off the deck to reduce the weight load on the roof of the house. So I don't have an angular roof where the snow would just naturally fall off the side. It will just accumulate in a big heavy mass on top of the roof. But again, I don't think we're going to get 4 feet of snow. I don't think it's going to be that crazy. Okay, so let's see if that fixed it. If it did, this is going to be a real easy fix.
Sacred
Sorry,
grass!
gotta check this room. Sorry, there was no...
Technically, I have to kill you now.
I understand.
But just stay out of the center and I can leave you alone.
Very kind of you, but that's where I'm going.
I'm gonna block you. It's for your own safety.
Sure.
Okay. That fixed it. Another one down. Just burning through these. Done. Okay, we'll go to Precipitalis. Major story spoilers. What I'll do, I'll turn off the voice in subtitles when I test it. That's what I'll do. Okay, Precipitalis. Because I think these are really big spoilers, story-wise. This guy tells you basically how the world works. It's a little bit expository, but at this point in the game is not a bad thing. The player will be a little bit invested and have some curiosity about the information that he's given. The thing about exposition is you just don't want to do it. You don't want to do that much of it. But you definitely don't want to do it early. Because early is where it sucks. Like, you just do not care about all this arbitrary nonsense yet. I mean, fiction is always arbitrary nonsense. Okay. Let's go look at the code. Okay, if we go to talk complete, well, that will be the end of okay. So walk and talk. I want to be careful with this change because this logic is a little bit intense. I think if I take this code, walking. Let's see, it's not just walking though. It's Let's do walk path. Okay, we'll say we pass in bald face state. Let me take this and refactor it. Has to take it effects too. I think I could use the same naming style down here. Let's do move bald face to end of walk path. Okay. Turn true if bald face reached end of walk path. Okay. Grab that, come down to where I caused a syntax error. Change this to effects. Okay. So then I can take this same line and use it for talk complete. This is on update. Okay. Let's say case state. Talk complete. Okay. Break. Like so. Yeah. I probably won't do it. Okay, I'm not going to turn off the subtitles. I will turn off the speech audio. And that will prevent the spoilers from just pumping right into somebody's ears. But if you look at the subtitles, there's going to be big story spoilers there. All right. Let's give this a shot.
Well, we got.
Realize there's another case to work into this. He should not prod M for walking and talking if he's at the end spot. Prod, handle walk prodding. So it did not regress the old behavior. Now I need to check and see if he'll keep walking after he's done talking, which is the behavior I want. But I checked there for a regression on the old behavior, no regression, which is good.
Welcome to Precipitalis, Bod.
Wait.
Really slow because I want him to finish talking before he gets to the end of his path. Okay, he's continuing to walk after he finished talking. Now see if he'll prod. He shouldn't prod. I'm just waiting without moving for a little bit. There's some behavior where if M just stands there, he'll say, hey, let's walk and talk. Let's keep walking. But since he's done talking, he's only walking, he just shouldn't care. Okay. Also, he no longer stops walking when M doesn't follow him, which is cool. See something over here I'm going to check out in the scene in a little bit. Looks as intended. I see that little shiny thing. It might just be like a shadow bias thing. I'm not sure. Okay, so that bug looks fixed to me. But let's see what this other thing is. Why is it so shiny right there? Is there some decoration? That looks like shadow bias. It's not horrible, but yeah, some little artifacts like that. I don't know how to, like, I could fidget with it forever. Now, if I look at this, they're all on the unit, so that's fine. I'm not gonna worry about that. It's not the kind of thing that really matters. Okay, another one down. Done. Okay. So on Master Debater, I think I just have to go through my workflow to fix that. So if I go to my console, I probably have that same assertion near the beginning. Yeah. Great lyric iterator. Yeah, let me just regenerate the meta file. That will probably fix it. So for that, I need to open up Logic. Well, maybe. Did I already make a MIDI file? Okay. Godkiller, work assets, songs, master debater. There is a MIDI file. Something tells me, as gonna be something wrong about it. Let's just make a new one. Let's just make a new one. I could fix a few other things too. Like I could get my chords working a little bit better. Okay, what's the stuff in here? The lyrics to the song that you just will not see in the game, because I don't know, it didn't really fit. I had this notion of a character who would be called the Master Debater, and he would sing this song, but there were already so many characters I introduced in the first chapter, and there's quite a few I don't really circle back to for a while. To add another one, too much. So you've got Billy is one of the few characters I developed decently in the story. M is decently developed. God is somewhat developed, but he's a bit mysterious. And then there's like a bunch of characters that only pop up one time. And I need to like bring them back in chapter 2 to make their appearance less silly and more meaningful. And that would be maybe Baldface, maybe Thea, maybe the Ma, which was that thing down in the darkness that sings to you about death. The greeter might be fun to bring back because she's just kind of pops up and is the greeter at different places that need a greeter, which is like a little joke in and of itself. But I've already got enough sort of bad guys or villains to come back with. So if I put in the Master Debater, that would be too much. But it was like, when you wake up, when I shake up all your misconceptions, when you grow up, when I show up all your self-deceptions, you'll have to see me and believe me, I'm so tired of waiting. It's time to free me, 'cause you need me, even if you hate me. I'm so clever, it's a lever to move your mind. Words get in and then I win. The truth you'll find. So excited when invited to say what I think. Words conveyed to persuade. Yeah, that's my kink. Master Debater, I'm the Master Debater, here to make you think like me. Master Debater, no one is greater, you'll think like me soon. Master Debater, I'm the Master Debater, I can make you all agree. Master Debater, no one is greater, you'll think like me soon. And more. So I don't know. Maybe we'll bring the Master Debater in later on. But the game was too crowded with characters. Alright, but the song remains. The song remains without all the lyrics. Let's hide away the lyrics because they're taking up space. And then I've got a utility that goes and looks at all of the tracks and tries to figure out what the chords are, but what I found was it's better to just explicitly state what the chords are, so I started doing that. Key change. So I should do that work so that we have nice key changes. What the key changes affect are the sound effects. So there's a lot of musical sound effects, and they need to be in the right key. Okay, so I'm also missing a window here. What's the window I need? Is it the library? Yes, it's the library. Okay. Orchestral Piano. This is a good simple instrument to figure things out with. It's just a piano. The thing I love about a piano is it's got a nice attack and a nice decay. It's good for making itself known as an instrument, and it's also good for sticking around on the sustain. And it's very clear about which note it's representing. Okay, so I will take the intro harmony and just copy it down below. And solo this. Okay. I gotta see if there's any other notes in here that need to be represented. So we got, oh, everything's soloed on this. Okay. What key is that? C and this weird key, which sounds good to me, even though it's not in the chromatic scale. I think towards the end there should be a. Oh, hold on. Okay, cool. Okay. Oh, not there. Here. Okay, cool. And then I think it just repeats again over here. Let's see if I got that right. I'll add this guy to the solo. Okay. And let's take solo off and let's play this next part. Okay, new key. So far, I'm just able to take the harmony and put it in. It'll get more complicated a little bit later. Cool. So this extra track underneath is going to be passed to the game engine so that the correct keys are represented while the song is playing. That's what I'm fussing with. Okay. Setting them up an octave so I can hear them distinct from the normal harmony. Okay, that's sounding right. Those are the chords that my current key change stuff has just got no hope of representing correctly because they're non-chromatic. I could add more chords, but that feels like a little deep for 6 days left. This is the song that the chords went the weirdest on, but also I kind of like them. I'm just going to try putting these all down here. So far it's just really, this one harmony track seems to be everything I need, so I'll keep on doing that until it's not enough. Yeah, in fact, let's just, so far I've got no evidence that I can't just use these harmony tracks. So I will just copy them all down. Okay. It's good. Got it. All right. So let's turn off that. Then I want to export just this track to Midi. Export selection as MIDI file. Then we take it to output, put it there. And then I'll just double check that it is actually doing what I expect it to do. Open with VLC. Cool, that's good. Mute this, save this, and I should be done with that. Quit Logic Pro even. All right, then come back to, VLC is Christmassy today, the icon. Quit VLC, okay. Then let's go to Unity. Actually, I need to move this guy over. Copy. Start another window. Put it on the right. Okay, then I come over here. Assets, project, audio, songs. Paste. Let's see, where'd it go? Masterdebater.mid. Rename it to have bytes on the end. That's something Unity needs. Yeah, use the bytes. Okay, then we come back over here. I've got my song analyzer. I take the MIDI asset that I just created. Song analyzer. Drag this over here. Okay, then I say analyze that MIDI file. Come up with all the key changes and tempo information. The console window, it should say something like, yes, we did it. But I didn't see it do that. Oh, maybe clear. Let's do it again. Oh, that's why. Okay. So I had that disabled. Okay, so it's going to have all kinds of discordant notes because of the weird chords I used. Actually, it wasn't too bad. It was just the beginning and end of the song and the choruses. So the choruses, the beginning and end, is where all the weird chords are, or at least the non-chromatic scale chords. But that should be enough. Okay, so then we'll take Master Debater MIDI here. Just delete it. Yep. Song analyzer. Just set that to none. Let's turn that off. Okay. And there is streaming assets, pre-process, refresh. There it is. Move this. Don't move it yet. Don't move it yet. Delete the old one first. Song. So there's this file that contains information about the songs and the key changes in tempo. And for some stupid reason, I decided to call it a meta file. And Unity already has meta files, so that's just very confusing. But okay, this is the other meta file, the old one. I'm just going to delete it. Go away. Then streaming assets, pre-process. Where are you at? I see you. Okay, then I drag you off to the songs. Make you addressable. That should be everything. Then let's hit play, see if I still get the assertion. Just to make it easier to notice it, I'll take off maximize, clear, play, go.
Welcome to Precipitalis. Baldface wants to see you in his office.
Who's Baldface?
Careful, you're standing very close to the grass.
Oh, shut up.
That's the voice of Logan Armstrong. I just have the one error here, which is this benign one. Don't have the assertion. Also, I see the lights flashing. I don't think they were before, which was a problem with the meta file being generated incorrectly. I'm waiting to hear the song loop. See, the horns that are playing are the sound effects, but they're playing in the same key as the music. It's going to be a PC game. Windows and Mac to start. I don't think it'll do well on mobile. It needs a bigger screen. Needs certain controls that would be hard to do. Okay. So the song worked. I could hear it was slightly out of key in the chorus, but it was better than it was before. And without making some serious code changes, it'd be hard for me to match the key. Of course, All right, so that's another one done. Okay, so my remaining two bugs are in the level called the gap. I'll go back to the gap. Oh, these might be the same exact bug. I think they both are. That's great. I have an explanation for the bug that is not that difficult. Okay, no clip for the gap I am so. Let's see what clips I do have. Audio speech. Okay, so I need to find the gap. Be down at the bottom. It's like thousands and thousands of audio clips here. The gap. Okay. Laughing. Let's see. How? What's the line? Oh, you waxy present.
Oh, you waxy present. I'm so hungry for you.
Okay, so my clip is all one here. And in my code, I think I'm expecting it to be 2. So let's go check that out. In fact, I can get to it real quick. Oh, you waxy present. There we go. Let's just go here. Pretty easy to fix. Just gonna take this guy, put it here. And that should do it. Okay, let's test this out.
Need to stay focused on the goal or I'll go nuts. I think I'm in the basement. I want to get out of it. But why? No, different goal. Stick to it. Basements are always beneath something. So it keeps going up. They wouldn't call it a basement if nothing was above it. My logic is airtight. Oh, you waxy present. I'm so hungry for you.
Fixed. Fixed. Okay. Freaking sweet. Okay. Well, let's talk about it. Tell me what you tried and what happened. Like what's the hard part? I'm not saying it shouldn't be hard. This is a nice moment. I just cleared out my bugs. Boom, That's it. 6 days left and no bugs to fix. I'm sure there are some more bugs I can pick out, but let's see. So the thing I was interested in doing, maybe as a feature, well, it would be a feature. I'll go to another level to show what I'm thinking of putting in next. Was some nice particle effects on when you go across the ice. Okay. Well, understanding it doesn't feel real to me, and even when things work, I question what's causing it to work in the interdependent stack. So it's not a bad reaction. We can get into some more details, but just reading between the lines a little bit with what you've said, Commodore, you might be missing like some fundamental stuff. Like you could be getting results and getting things to work, and because there's so many parts involved in whatever stack you're in, it's hard for you to see, kind of like the cause and effect of everything. Yeah. Well, give me an idea what languages you've tried or what stacks you've used. Like, for example, you might say Unity. Okay, Unity, that would tell me a lot right there. Or you might say, I did some PHP web programming when I was in school. Give me an idea of like what languages you've tried. And this is not about whatever thing I'm going to tell you. It's not going to be like you didn't try hard enough and like that. It's never like that with me. But just trying to see where you're starting from. Okay, I'll go into Ice plus Blocks to show this thing. Okay, so there's stuff in the level called Ice. And you slip across it like ice. Interesting. So I've got some respect for what you said. Yeah, this whole fake versus real thing. Yeah. So the place where it's going to feel the most fake, to use your terminology, and hopefully I'm understanding you correctly, the place where it's going to feel the most fake is like higher level engines. Like what I'm doing in Unity, there'd be a whole bunch of nonsense involved. Like sometimes there's like a black box. It's called a black box in development, meaning it's some software that somebody else wrote that you can't see the source code to. You can't get a lot of details about how it works, but you have to sort of figure out how to make it work. So I had a moment today where there was some stupid code I had to write in order to get Unity to work. I don't know if you're joking a little bit or if it's like a real thing. I mean, you say scare the hell out of me, but I that might be a little bit of hyperbole, but I do understand that. It's a loss of control. It's actually a theme that kind of strikes a chord with me in the real world, is that there's so many things where I do not have control over this other institution, which affects my life deeply. Whether it be, pandemic responses or economics or banks or somebody wrecking the economy every 7 years and causing a recession or depression. And in software, it's the same kind of problem with these pieces of code that are outside of your control. They're black boxes. Now, if you've got that instinct to stay away from black boxes, it's not a bad instinct at all for an engineer to have. I would say you could go towards low-level programming in a more constrained space if you wanted. So, like, for example, if you want to do just kind of like input-output type stuff with, say, a language like C, even if you want to do assembly language, if you want to go super low-level, you could try assembly language. And then I think you can have a lot of certainty in what the results are, but it's like harder to do a lot with it, right? If you were interested in game development and you wanted to avoid all the black boxes and you wanted to sort of do things yourself, there's a whole movement around that. Yeah. So, like, you might start from the standpoint of what is the type of app or piece of software I want to write, whether it be maybe if you want to write things like drivers. The movement is look for handmade. Let me see if I can find it. Handmade games. So, assuming you're interested in games, handmade games. No, not like this. Handmade. Let me see if I can find Muratori. Game developer, Handmade Hero, Casey Muratori. A community for self-rolled performance software. Okay, so this is one place to look for. And these are people that say, screw it, we're not using Unity, we're not using Unreal, we're just going to write it up from scratch. And they might still use maybe a few libraries here and there for hardware abstraction. There's another really good article here. I'll drop some links in the Handmade Hero. Yeah, it's like somebody's just saying, I'm just writing it all from scratch. This is maybe the best article I've seen as far as high-level practical advice on writing your own game engine. I'll drop that. Damn, stick that in there. Yeah. Okay, a few libraries here and there. So, like in that link that I just dropped on you, one of the ones he mentions, which is actually really valuable, is called SDL. And it's pretty low level. It's been around for decades. Is it open source? It's not open source, which is, it's not the best thing for it not to be open source, but the other thing to check out, like if you want a game engine, but the thing that makes it good is it's open source, meaning you can go into the code. Godot, Godot. SDL is open source? Oh, wow. Okay. What do you think of SDL? Like, to me, it's not bad. Like if you say, I want to make a game and put it out there for a whole bunch of different systems, but not need to learn about all the different types of hardware. And then continuing that thread, a few libraries here and there. The other ones mentioned in the article was the audio libraries, which I think STL's got some audio stuff. I'm not sure, but if they do, it's not very great or developed. So there's recommendation to use something like Fmod, but that's commercial. There's another open source audio library they mentioned in the article that's linked above called OpenAL. The author thinks that one is very difficult to use. So that's what I mean by a few libraries here and there. Okay, I'm gonna give you another option that you may like. Emulators. Okay, so here's what's good about an emulator. You go back, get yourself a Commodore 64 emulator if you want. Then when you write the code, it is one set piece of hardware that's been abstracted for you. You can know every single thing about that machine, like all the memory addresses and how they map. Messed with ASM and Vice. Not sure what you mean by Vice, but emulators are like the old school thing with a fixed machine, and you do get to know, if you want, every single damn thing about that machine, which can be pretty pleasant. The Vice emulator, yeah. Then it's possible the emulator sucks. That's possible. Like the emulator might have problems in it. And then that can derail you. You could actually get old school hardware and run against it. You could take a Raspberry Pi, write games for a Raspberry Pi. That's a fixed piece of hardware. It's got, I believe, does Raspberry Pi have an HDMI output? Yeah, Raspberry Pi wouldn't be a bad modern platform that's very fixed and known. I have not written any code for it, but anyways, your state of mind is unusual for people that come onto my stream and say, how do I do development? Because usually it's like people, they're sort of like the opposite of you. They say, okay, I figured out how to do like a few things on, I figured out how to import an asset and get it to start, but then I can't do anything with it after that in Unity. How do I make it be like a whole game like one I played somewhere else? And then I go like, you got to learn some fundamentals, buddy. Okay, it's not the emulator. You don't understand how the video chip works. I don't know. I've not gone down that path. So like you have an impulse that I don't have in me. I've got respect for it. But there's some part of me that says I need less to understand and I need more to output the project that's in my mind and have it be in reality. I need to release. I need to ship. I want the game to exist. And that's my focus. So I've never had as much of an impulse to go deep into the details. But there's got to be a path for you. And I think also like people that have these impulses like you do, which are outside of the normal inclinations of people inside of like a group of programmers. Sometimes you'll end up doing something really cool that was overlooked by most of the world. a fear of never understanding, so I'm too scared to try a lot of the time. Yeah. It said, but you've been kind of fiddling with it for 10 years, maybe. Different things. If you pick the right platform, stack, and just get deep into it for a while, I'm guessing you'd have good results. Like if you found one thing that seemed it was pretty good, it met your criteria for being understandable, then you just invested 6 months in it. Don't flit away to anything else. Just stay on that for 6 months. I mean, I think you'd get to a point where you felt like, I know this. You'd feel intermediate at that point. That's my guess. So, but you'd have to tell me though, if in your 10 years, if you've ever like stuck on one thing for about a half a year, or if you sort of jumped around. That's the E80 computer. That kind of sounds cool. Let's see. Maybe. But the strength of what I'm hearing from you is that you want to do things that most people don't care about. That's strength. And I don't mean like you've achieved anything yet. I mean that you're in an interesting position. If you've got something that you want to do that other people don't want to do, or at least most of them, that gives you some kind of weird advantage as far as like what you might accomplish compared to the rest of the world. So, yeah, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. If you can just find some kind of satisfying area to dig deep into, I think there's a good chance you end up somewhere that you like. Let's see. All right, so I'm gonna go back over to Unity. And my whole thing was I wanted there to be like a particle effect that kind of looks like you're sliding across ice. So I'm gonna work on that with the rest of the day, and I think I'll probably get someplace. But I'm gonna take a little break before that and come back in maybe 5 minutes or so. Boom. CPM. Wow, CPM. Yeah, I'm not sure, Commodore, if you're still on, but yeah, I wasn't implying. Oh, good, you're still on. Yeah, I don't mean abnormal. I mean, I do mean special. Meaning, like in a group of people, you would be an outlier. It would only be something I would worry about if it was causing like you unhappiness in your life. But it just seems like an area of curiosity with a little bit of obstacles around it. So, yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know what to tell you about that. I'm not. I mean, it would be good to get to a place, where you don't have a negative reaction to those situations. But I don't know how you get to that place. It's not really for me to say. But there's things, I don't know, there's just to give you an idea, like it's not necessarily that big of a deal. I mean, there's things in how my mind works that occasionally cause me unhappiness that I work on. There's something that I call it like engineering syndrome, which is if something in the world is stupid and doesn't really need to be that way, it bothers me a lot. So I get very upset about paper mail. So if I go to my mailbox on any day, it's gonna be stuffed with crap from people I don't care about that aren't sending me any information that's important. And a bunch of those envelopes are going to be credit card offers, which I have to shred so that they don't fall in the hands of like other people that might use it for identity fraud and stuff like that. So there's this labor I have to go through in dealing with my paper mail, and it bothers me. It bothers me so much because there's no reason for it to work that way that makes any sense to me. It's not even a conflict of interest. It's just stupidity. It was like it took us forever to get rid of paper telephone books, even after everyone didn't have a landline and they just had cell phones, and still you had these stupid giant books being delivered to everybody's doorstep, and then they all had to get recycled because nobody was actually using them. And so physical mail, same kind of problem for me. But I get very upset about it. And then I just told myself, it's not making me any happier to get upset about such a thing. It's like I'm right. It's dumb, but it just makes me unhappy. I get worked up about it. So I don't know. Maybe there's some things like that for you. It's like good, like if you can keep the thing in your brain that does useful things for you and brings you some joy, but like tone down the stuff that makes you hurt, makes you angry, makes you upset. Like I said, I don't know the path to that for you, but That's what I recommend based on my own experience with a brain that's very good for some things and for other things maybe causes me some pain. So what if I just add particle emitter to our okay, what is this? M's mesh trail emitter. I'll just add what is it? Particle system. Yeah, I remember this being kind of a pain to figure out how to set up the particle system because there's so many subcategories underneath. First one is the direction all the particles are going is wrong. Don't know if I rotate this. Yeah, I can rotate it here. Cool. So let's have it go straight up. That looks like it's going down. There we go. Let me just start with that. It's not the right effect at this point. Yeah, I mean that's part of the reason why I said I don't know if I'm like the right person to tell you how to get there, because it's like you said, some things it's not as simple as just saying I don't want to do that, I don't want to think that way. Sometimes it just isn't. But yeah, I don't know. But if you are able to find some way to you know get the negative aspects of it to be muted, not as loud, maybe that's the goal. How to get there, that's different. I'm not sure. So we could have, I think, ice particles left. Go ahead and do your thing. Yeah, I need to be able to see what you're going to produce. Okay. I'm not sure what this changes. 360. It does seem to make it smaller or larger. So 90. Okay, that narrows it. Radius, I think that's the bottom. Yeah. Okay, I want to keep it a little bit tighter. I can do that. Seems like I can make this go to the side a little bit. No, okay, 250, and then this can go 90. Think about that. Can I just rotate that with this? No, I can't. I gotta enter them in. Okay. So these are going to be the particles on the left side of her. I don't need them to go out so far. That's another thing. Lifetime. Set the lifetime really, really low. 0.5. There we go. Yeah, sounds reasonable. Make these particles smaller. So Commodore, I have to be careful when I talk to people that I don't know very well, and that might be going through, like maybe some mental health stuff that I'm not qualified to talk about. I don't want to set you up for problems. But yeah, I absolutely don't mind talking with you at all. I just you'll notice that I'm going to be quiet on certain topics. That's all. Just because I don't want to be irresponsible. This kind of seems like what I'm looking for here. Some particles. So I'll make another one. Now that's interesting. That's interesting. Because I do think there's like there's like a class of like things that bother engineers that is different than other people. And it's almost like inside of one occupation or discipline, you'll find there's certain patterns, mental patterns that pop up. And, like if you were, say you were a call center worker, and my wife, she's a manager of a call center. Okay? So there's this need to, all day long, empathize and respond to people with complaints. All day long, these people do this. 8 hours. And then, like, it wears on them. This emotional work that you have to do. And it's like an occupational thing, right? It's certain patterns that go along with the type of work or avocation. They had studies of taxi cab drivers from London. This is kind of like before the like all the automatic navigation stuff, right? And people would actually have to know the layout of a city very well. And they found that their brains had recognizable patterns as a result of their occupation. So the things you spend your time doing, they create almost like a subgenre of human mental capabilities and problems and technical pursuits, programming, stuff like that. I do think they have their own little nooks and crannies as far as like how we think. So like another example, writing code. There's something called pair programming. Maybe you've heard of it. It's like where you sit and you write code with someone else. And there's some companies that tried having pair programming all the time. And it just completely exhausted the people that were writing the code, because the whole time they were sort of group thinking about the code. That's not a type of challenge that other occupations have to deal with. Maybe there's some things that are sort of close to it here and there, but for the most part, like that particular work challenge is not something you have to deal with. Or if you were like somebody that worked in an Amazon fulfillment center, you'd have a little timer on each of your actions. You're always like constantly thinking about how much time will it take for me to complete this particular action. 30 seconds to go and pick up this box and 95 seconds to drop it off on a different aisle and stuff like that. Yeah. The human brain is this malleable thing that can just be applied to so many different types of situations and problems. It almost feels like new kinds of torture are being invented every year by people who are just trying different things. Okay. So this doesn't look bad. Let me see if I go 270. Okay, that goes to the left. Seems a little wrong though. Let's put this back to 270. What is that doing? A little hard for me to get the angles right on these. That's going like straight up, kind of a thing. 250. And then this one, yeah, it's like the angles are kind of screwed around. Maybe this needs to be on the other side of 270, so 310. No, that looks even worse. All right, let's just get it going straight up again. And then this will set to 0. Does that go straight up? Is that straight up? I think it is. I do too. I really do. I really do. I'm totally with you on that. To the extent that, like, if there's a character in a show that's like, you know, a lawyer or school teacher or something, and there's no details about their trade, I'm like, you just haven't written a good enough script. Because the details of a person's trade are fairly interesting. To me, at least, they are. So the best series I've seen for giving proper attention to the details of trade is Breaking Bad, and then also, even more so, Better Call Saul. There's all these challenges around like how to do things the correct way, and like there's trips to the hardware store to buy things, and you know, it's cool like that. Okay, let's just put this up like that. Y direction. I'm not sure what that does. Seems like it would just spin it around on the axis and it wouldn't really matter that much on the Y axis. Yeah. So that doesn't do much of anything, which is good. Kind of what I want. But if I say 250, that points this way. And then it seemed like I ought to be able to just say 90 to go that way, and then 270 to go the other way. But I think I've got the angles wrong in some way. Yeah, so I thought I'd go 270, and that would go the right direction, but it sort of looks like it's pointing this way. Maybe that's just my imagination, though. Okay, the other thing I want... Yeah, I have not played Dead Space. But sounds like they're doing a few things right. Well, let's see. Velocity. It also occurs to me I'm not going to be able to show every step along the way. So the particles are probably not going to look correct, but okay, let me hit play and just see what this looks like. It's probably going to look fucked up, but yeah, it's kind of skewed at an angle. Yeah, it's doing this kind of thing. Well, thank you. The thing I'm trying to get is some particles that show the main character's path across the ice. So I'm fiddling with that a little bit. That's the best way to do this. So I think eventually it will need to be detached from M, because what I have to do is if she slides across 20 squares, is just have on each of these have a little particle effect. Yeah, okay. But for the moment, let's keep it attached to M. M is this player-controlled character. And see if I can get it to look mostly right on M. First thing is get the angle right. Because even though the cone seems to be pointed as I would like it to, the angle of the particles inside of it is skewed. So it's like the cone seems to be set up correctly. The particles are going off at like maybe 15 degrees off of the angle. Okay, so if my rotation is 250 here, I played with this before, it didn't seem to give me good results, but 260, no, see it's going like up and down when I do that. 250 kind of brings it off to the side. What about this guy? I could mess with this a little bit. Yeah. I don't know, fellow. I would. I mean, honestly, I would see if you could get. I know it's tough, but I get a little therapy time if you can. Group sessions sometimes are a way to kind of cut down on costs, but I understand it's tough with finances and everything, particularly if your insurance isn't covering it. Yeah, so maybe that's not a good way to go. At least not initially. But yeah, I don't know. There's like man, right. Have you gone in for like an initial session with somebody, just like one session to just see what it's like? Might be a very personal question. I don't know. Yeah. All right. Well, suppose you got no money for therapy, and suppose you just got no money for therapy. Suppose that's the case. Then I would say my very unprofessional advice is just to try to be aware of your own thoughts and how they affect you, and look for patterns that you can change. That's it. Because I know sometimes when I notice something's bothering me that I keep doing, a pattern I get into. Sometimes when I know that there is a pattern there, I can figure out some way to notice it the next time it starts to come up and break it. I give you an example. So with my wife, I would get into arguments with her because I would insist on asking questions to understand things. I'd keep asking questions, and she's trying to say something to me, and there's something she said I didn't understand. I would go back. I would say, "Yeah, but if you're saying this, what does that mean?" But she's still in the process of trying to say something to me. And I noticed myself getting into fights based on that. And I just tried to figure out how to recognize that pattern when it came up. And if I could recognize it was happening, then I could do something to break it. I could just say, "Give me a moment. I'll leave and come back. I'll just take a break. I'll come back." Something like that. Or maybe I'm even able to just kind of stop doing it and just listen, or something else. It's just, it's those patterns. If you can detect when you get into a pattern and it's something that has caused you harm before, then you can do something to not go into that pattern. Then that could be helpful. But another one that I'm just trying not to do so much of is just being grouchy about things. Just be grouchy. I'm grouchy. And I try to balance it out by, when there's something good that I like, to say, "Oh, that's good. It works good." But if you still feel it's out of control, then that's not enough, though. Like, you got to figure out some way to get some professional help. It's like, if it feels like it's just too out of control, then check with your family, see if you can get some money together for a session. But I know sometimes it's really hard. It's really hard to figure out that type of a problem. I think I got the angles on this fixed, maybe. I think maybe I did it right. Doesn't look wrong to me. Okay. Okay. Would like the particles to be a little faster. Velocity over lifetime, is that what it is? There's just so many options in this, it's hard to figure out which ones are the ones to change. Start speed, that could be it. That's probably it. Yeah, that's it. Okay. And this doesn't need to be as large. Let's go 0.1. 2. Okay. I have to do it on both sides. Okay, so start speed, that's the one. And you want it to be 10, which makes them go out too far, so you change their lifetime to 0.2. And we'll just take a look at how that looks. Okay, this might work. So I just have that particle effect populated out over the path. Okay, it'll work. It'll work. So that means I gotta take this out of here. And then prefab it. Ice, where's ice? I got one for ice. Yeah. Ice particles. There we go. Now I got a prefab. All right, how do I want to structure this? Well, let's save and do git commit. So I have not done a git commit after all this time. Okay, so I'll figure out my architecture here. Requirements. Okay, I want temporary particle effect across traveled path on ice. Should be rotated in direction of travel. Crossing over same area quickly. Should not. Should show extra particles for same area. If old ones aren't done yet. Okay. What else? Let's see. Support X. Support about 100 active squares at one time. Yeah, I think that captures it pretty well. Okay, so my number one solution. Yeah, that's cool. Thanks for hanging out. It was interesting talking to you, and anytime you want to come back and chat, it's all good. Yes. I think want ice particle manager, new class, and particles at, and then just do CRH and then direction. And it's going to have a pool. Does it need to have a pool? I think it does. Be a game object for the let's see. You can also do public void init pass in particle emitter prefab. And then maybe also, yeah, that's good. Okay, that'll initialize the pool. And should it be a list or should it be a queue? Well, it doesn't matter if I take from the beginning or end of it, but it's more like, see, I've done this before. Let's look at Bolt Manager, see what I did there. Yeah, you got your actives and you got your pool. I used a stack. What was important about the stack though? Like, why didn't I just, oh, it was removing efficiently. Okay. So it's going to be stack, game object, emitter pool, list game object, active. Okay, then you just move them between these two as they're in use or not. I don't really need to do anything with the active emitters once they've been added. It's just a way to, it's a way to, huh. Let me see. So I'll have to do something where I check and see when they're done. I could do it with this add at. That's what I could do. Okay. Take next emitter from, I don't do comments. Take next emitter from pool, if available, or if pool exhausted, take next finished emitter from active emitters. So thinking about that, maybe I don't want to use that stack and list structure. Maybe I want to do it more like the audio point pool. Let me check the audio point pool. How'd I do it there? Just had an array of audio points. I just searched through to find the next one that was available. And it tended to be that I could just continue in round robin fashion efficiently. That would probably be true. That would probably also be true of this new type of resource. So I feel like this is not the right approach. It's going to be more like game object, emitters. Take next emitter from emitters that is not in use. Same alg as audio point pool. Okay, that that seems pretty simple. And then there's the thing of initializing this. I could just use an addressable. So I wanted to not use mono behavior for this. I don't like everything being a mono behavior. Especially if it doesn't need anything from the lifetime events. So let's say alright, so first I'll say for the number one solution that main object has public particle emitter prefab. Initializes as particle manager. Passing. Okay, number two. Like number one, but ice particle manager bootable, and it has a public prefab method. That's probably the way to do it, honestly. That's how I did some other stuff. This is probably the way to do it. Number three, ice particle manager uses addressables to load the prefab with the state machine to check for readiness. All right, I'm gonna be right back. I'll be right back. Let's see. Okay, so this is not good. Minus sign for bad. Well, I don't know. Yeah, minus sign for bad. Redundant loads. Adding time. Loads for each level. Minus sometimes player may immediately go on ice, but the prefab is not loaded yet, so no particles. Okay, so that's the bad side of that one. This one, minus, I don't like. No separation of concerns with main object. So main object has to hold on to some parameter that it shouldn't care about to pass it on to Ice Particle Manager. It has to have a property, a public property, and that means that public property will violate separation of concerns. Plus, I mean, the pluses are going to be the opposite of the negatives and other things. This is the one. This is the one. The only bad side of it is there's no bad side. It's the right way to do it. Okay, so that's the way I'll do it. Okay, bootable Ice Particle Manager, which makes it a mono behavior. But it deserves to be a mono behavior because that's just the easiest way to make it. But no, actually there's life cycle events that it will make use of as being a bootable. Okay, that's fine. Also, I'll get automatic loading of the resource, which is a nice simple thing. It'll only load it one time because these bootables don't destroy when I go from one scene to another. Awake or boot, one of the two. I'll decide. I think the idea was that boot does the minimum amount of work it needs. I have to go back and look at that. Okay. So everything that I need to... I should come back to these two. There's bugs here. Yeah. Boy, there are some more bugs here to come back to. Not all of these will I do, but okay, let's take out the ones that I fixed. If the top stairs can't fling 1 square north. Yeah, this isn't bad. Okay, let's delete that. Okay. Okay, so slide util, yeah, slide util. slide util, slide returns. Let's see, what do I want to name this effect? Good names are important to me. The way to do this is don't make one for each square. Make one for the whole path. So I think I can do something slick where I start the particle effects at an offset across the path, so that the very earliest ones in the path finish up faster than the ones at the end. Or not faster, but their end time comes before the ones at the end of the path. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Okay, so I'm not creating an effect for each square. I'm just creating an effect for the path. Let's look at my names of existing effects. Alter bolt effect. Block close, block open. Let's just call it ice slide effect. It will take do I have something in effects where the transform can be like no transform? Yikes, yikes, yikes. Okay. You know, I can tie it to the starting location of the ice. That's what I'll do. Ice slide effect. And we'll say ice piece. Starting ice piece. And then TRH path. Okay, add at, and then I need some kind of offset. No, I don't. I do not. I do not need an offset because inside of perform, iterate through path. That's what I do this. Okay. So the duration should always be the same. Const. Slide float, slide path, duration. It'd be something real short, like a quarter of a second. We'll see how it works, because it might look better to say that the effect is performed more quickly over a shorter path than a longer path. Okay, but let's see. A nice slide effect. Set well, I'm not doing too much there. Just set the member vars. Okay. Perform, iterate through path, show x particle squares where x equals elapsed time divided by I'm just listening to Markiplier downstairs screaming. Slide path duration. Times. Okay, I don't need to detail this algorithm. I'm sure it'll work. Times count of squares and path. Okay, that's fine. One. Okay, adds and ice slide effect. Okay, this is solid. I can do this. I wonder if there's like a better name for ice particles. Ice crystals, ice flakes, ice. I like good names for things. No, go to hell. Yeah, that's fine. All right, ice particle manager, add folder, directory, same thing. Ice, and then in inside of here, add a new class, ice particle manager. Bootable. I think this might be more correct to do that. Bootable, ice, well, like that. And override boot. Public game object. Emitter prefab. Okay. Okay, I gotta go back to bootable and see what is the thing that boot needs to return true. Boot successfully started. False if boot was blocked by the bootables. So I haven't given myself direction on what work I should attempt inside of it. But I'll write that documentation now because I thought about it a little bit. I think ideally do all work that has risk of failing inside of boot and leave remaining work. Perform remaining work in awake. Oh wait, no. Don't. Because awake will call boot. Awake calls boot. Okay. Do all work needed for, okay, at a minimum, do all work with risk of failure in boot. To allow failing early. But you can complete additional work in boot. Needed for full initialization. There's no need to limit work for frame drops. As this will all be done. The loading of the initial One moment. Screen is shown. Okay. Okay. So this is where I would initialize. Game object. Emitters. And let's set a public value on this. Public int pool count. And I'll set it to 100 to start. It's probably a good number. Emitter pool, emitter prefab, and pool count. Okay. Then return true. Okay. Getting hungry. All right. I think I'm gonna stop the stream here and get myself a little bit of lunch. I don't know if I'll come back on or not. I might spend the rest of the day just kind of being into my little bit of work here. Quietly puttering around. But for anyone who happens to be on right now, thanks for joining me. For anyone watching this as a video, thanks for watching. I am making constant progress on this thing. It will be released on January 6th now. On January 1st in 6 days, and on Steam it'll be released January 3rd, but there is a way to get it on January 1st. For that, see the very beginning of this video. See the very beginning of the video. There's a way to get it on January 1st. If you really want it, you can have it on January 1st, which is the promise I made at the beginning of the year. The promise I will meet. All right. Stopping the stream. Stopping the stream. Stop stopping it.